All right, everybody. This is live snow chase mode here. Right now we are working the upper level low, another southern U.S. snowstorm, winter storm, very impactful down here, and could get 6 to 10 inches, especially banked up against the mountains where you can get a little upslope. So I'm in the Spartanburg, South Carolina area. Roads are deteriorating rapidly, snow covered, pretty heavy snowfall rates, 40 dBz snowfall rates so far. And then the focus will shift to the coastal storm later on today as that low starts to deepen. Pressure gradient will tighten, and there could be some near blizzard conditions out there from Myrtle Beach up toward Wilmington. But here are the conditions. We're about to get banked up against the mountains. You can see roads are snow covered. Very slippery out here. Nothing that the Dominator F-150 can't handle. You can see the big snowflakes that are coming down. There's a lot of lift in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. You can definitely see roads are snow covered here. Heavier snow just off to our north, so we are drilling down into the mesoscale where we can get a little bit of orographic enhancement up near Landrum. That's where we're headed right now. But anywhere from Spartanburg up toward Charlotte, roads are slippery out here. A lot of people have bald tires in this area, so stay off the roads if you don't want to end up in the ditch. I drove all night for my speaking event out in Hattiesburg to chase the white stuff here in South Carolina. And there's two modes to this system. There's an upper level low. That's creating a lot of positive vorticity advection in the mid-levels, lift, and that's why we got these nice dendrites that are coming down, pretty prolific snowfall rates underneath this upper level low. I didn't want to go straight to the coast just in case. These upper level lows can produce a lot of snow sometimes, especially where you get those 40 dBz snowfall rates that will persist over the same area. That's what happened a little bit earlier. Spartanburg, I was on I-85. Traffic was slow, about 15 miles an hour on I-85. I'm on 26 north, 17 miles now to Landrum. Some heavier snow I'm analyzing on radar up there, 40 plus dBz. That's pretty heavy snow, folks. Might even get a clap of thunder out here with a little instability, a cold pocket air aloft that's happening. We're in full-blown snow chase mode right now. Look at this. Big time snowfall rates happening. This is South Carolina, folks. Another southern U.S. winter storm. Yep. We are heading up toward Landrum right now. Looks like we got a car on the left getting towed already. Gotta be kidding me. Very heavy rates. I think it dumped some double-digit snowfall right along the spine of the southern Appalachians near the North Carolina-Tennessee border. Passing Newcart Road, I'm on I-26 heading north. Andy to stay off these roads. I bet his tires are bald. Not mine. Very heavy snow up near Landrum right now, banked up against the mountains. Tryon, Landrum, toward Columbus on the North Carolina side. Landrum is on the South Carolina side. Ooh, buddy. Look at that middle stripe. I'm on I-26 36 west. We're going up into the terrain where some of this heavier snow is located. You can see visibilities are reducing. You gotta be kidding me with that. Some signage there for you. Winter storm warning, reduced speed. Should get some big rates up here at about 10, 15 miles, maybe less. We're already getting big rates, but they accelerate as we head up the eastern slopes of the Appalachians. Actually, I'm near Boiling Springs right now. Pretty heavy band moving into Greenville right now too, just to the west. So you can definitely see those northeasterlies piling up. Getting a little orographic enhancement just to my northwest. We are working the upper level low right now. Giving a little bit of a deformation zone on the northwest side of this low. Snowfall rates yet, as we're getting a little orographic enhancement up here in between Boiling Springs and Landrum, South Carolina. These rates are really going to accelerate. I expect some near whiteout conditions just up the road here. Heading up to Landrum, South Carolina. Just looking at radar, it looks like there are some enhanced DBZs just in front of us. We got out of Oxford, had a speaking event in Hattiesburg, Mississippi last night, and then pounded up through Atlanta. I started hitting snow about 30 miles west of Greenville. Those same areas are getting hammered right now. But this is a nice snow. This is an impactful snow for this region here. Southern snow dominating. It may pivot down toward the coast to catch that, but I do not want to underestimate these upper level lows. Cold pocket here aloft, and these can produce some big rates, but there's also a plume of precipitation working its way up toward Morehead City, eventually up toward New Bern, and that extends up the North Carolina Outer Banks all the way up to near Nags Head. Is about to start snowing as well. The winds are going to ramp up there later today. I want to see which area gets more snow, whether it's the upper level low with orographic enhancement or if that coastal low wraps a lot of banding in there. Some pretty good DBZ there just off the coast. I think that's a lot of bright banding over the open waters. Oh yeah, here we go. We're starting to get some heavier rates. Heading up toward Landrum, I see some orographic enhancement on radar. We're headed up to the Tryon, Landrum, near the South Carolina, North Carolina border as this cold upper level low is pivoting out. I expect the heaviest snowfall rates yet just above the road. This is extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer working the southern U.S. snowstorm. There's going to be two modes to this snowstorm. There's going to be the upper level low, which we are dominating right now, and then we may pivot down toward the coast, expecting that coastal low to intensify later on today. That'll tighten up the pressure gradients and bring near blizzard conditions along coastal Carolina. But these cold upper level lows can overperform. Very heavy snowfall rates, cold air aloft. Might even get some thunder snow later on. Yep. Just working the orography up here. Sometimes you gotta change that zoom to really show you how heavy the snow is. I expect some whiteout conditions up here. 40, 45 DBZ snow. Very heavy snow, no matter how you slice it. Thanks everybody for joining Team Dominator snow coverage. Brian is at Will Clay 25 headquarters right now, finalizing the Dominator 3 live stream. Thank you, Brian, for firing this up. I think we're going to see the flake size start to increase as I'm headed north on I-26. Tires are bald. Say hi to Andy Coates. He was the one with me on the Cole, Oklahoma tornado. That was his first tornado, and he was silent the whole chase. Didn't say a word. Look at these snowfall rates. You got to be kidding me with this. In Inman, South Carolina on I-26 North. Big flake size. Could get dinner plate size flakes just up the road. Robust, but there's a lot of flakes. You definitely see the visibilities are dropping as we're getting a little closer to the mountains. Those northeasterly low-level winds get forced up the terrain to squeeze out the moisture. My mom is getting impacted by this. May have to peel off and catch a brown trout in this whiteout conditions. Snowfall rates. Rapid accumulation happening. Great signal too. Look at the signal. You gotta be kidding me with the signal. Oh yeah, she's staying home. video does it justice. January 31st, last day of the month. Stream of big southern snow. We've had some heavier rates a little bit to the south, but we're going to sample this up here. Got an MD, mesoscale discussion out. Includes Charlotte. Heavy snow. Heavy hourly rates around or in excess of an inch per hour may become increasingly common across the Carolina Piedmont 1 to 4 p.m. At this point, it appears that peak hourly snowfall rates lit an area of snow spreading across into the lee of the southern Appalachians have remained relatively modest. Precipitable water across the Piedmont is generally at or below 0.35 inches with lower saturation profile, well below ice crystal growth, appear initially centered around 700 millibars. Latest model outputs suggest that deep digging upstream shortwave trough elongated cyclonic circulation will gradually take on a more neutral orientation while pivoting across southwest of the southern Appalachians 18 to 21Z, increasing difluent mid-local flow to the northeast. This feature is forecast to contribute to a period of strengthening upward motion across the Carolina Piedmont. We'll sample this snow and then punch it east across the Carolina Piedmont. We're hitting those big rates right now. A lot easier to drive in this than pure ice. Mesoscale discussion for the Carolina Piedmont. Looks like some decent snow as moves over Morehead City. Surprised they haven't upgraded that to blizzard warning yet, right along the immediate coastline. Do think they could achieve blizzard conditions. I wouldn't be surprised if the snowmax comes out of this upper level low. Between 8 and 11 inches. Coastal Carolina, winds gusting up to 50. Whiteout conditions expected. Travel could be treacherous, potentially life-threatening. The Carolina Piedmont, or coastal Carolina. going to sample these rates and then drop back south and then move from there. Just want to sample these snowfall rates here first. Be a storm surge out there as that coastal low starts to intensify. Thanks everybody for joining us. Covering the southern U.S. snow, winds could gust up to 35 miles an hour up here underneath the upper level low. I'm about 6 miles from Landrum, South Carolina. It's telling me I can't go down to the coastal areas. Some kind of an error. Yeah, we are getting some big rates beneath the upper level low, and there's supposed to some forecast to intensify as the afternoon goes on. I was hugging the middle line. A lot of bald tires. Whoa, look at him go. Can't do that. 2.6 miles. Gonna get off 26. Drop back south. Run to 85. Someone's gonna get 10 inches underneath this upper level low. Sample some of those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Got a tree collapse on the right. What the hell was that? See, we're starting to get a little closer to the mountains here. Hilly terrain. It's like about 2 inches up here already. These rates could exceed an inch per hour as they continue to intensify with that trough gaining a neutral tilt. should do, stay with the upper level low or drop to the coast, or grind through the upper level low to the coast. Conditions shouldn't deteriorate there until later on today and dramatically once that wind increases, but you need that coastal low to really ramp up and intensify. So this is much easier to drive on than the ice. These are some decent rates up here. As long as you have those northeasterly winds at the surface, it should get forced up the terrain a bit. This is Landrum. Oh yeah, there's at least 2 inches. See the rate? The snowfall rates are pretty good because you always have that fresh dusting on top of it. There could be some water spouts way out over the Gulf Stream. They'll be out over the ocean as this surface low intensifies. Gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me. Below a half-mile visibility right now. Camera sometimes can make it look a little more distant than it is. This is the South Carolina, North Carolina border. These are at least inch per hour snowfall rates. I'm near Landrum, near the North Carolina, South Carolina border. 36. And then we'll pop over near Charlotte. Yeah, that precip's moving in down there. The coastal low. See the signage, winter storm warning, reduced speed. We may want to pickle down toward Jacksonville, even Wilmington, with those blizzard conditions. We're going to get an idea as this visibility is dropping. We'll be able to get through the upper level low. I'm up near Landrum right now. You're on the live stream, too. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. How is it there?
Just pretty snow, kind of drifting down.
A couple of inches?
I would say.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, it's really coming down. It looks like that coastal low is going to come in this evening with like 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Here?
No, the coastal low out near Wilmington.
Oh, geez.
We'll probably just have like 15 to 20 there underneath the upper level low.
That won't be so bad.
I may have to work this upper level low and then drop down to the coast.
Oh.
And come back, and then I think I'll fly to Denver.
Okay.
Yeah. I drove all the way out here, and I better get to I better cover the storm.
Yeah, but you don't have your gear, your AccuWeather gear.
No, but I've got enough. I have the orange chain. Someone gave me at my speaking event.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've already done a live for Accu. I did it in Greenville. And then, yeah, I got to shoot as lives. And we're live on YouTube. Are you just going to hunker down?
Yeah, I mean, I'll drive. I don't mind driving in this, but it's the,
You want to come with me to the coast?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. I moved down here to get away from that.
Okay. It'll be fun.
No, I don't think that's fun.
Why now? Yeah.
Aren't you exhausted?
Yeah, but my diurnal cycle is kicking in.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't drive all the way out here and then go to sleep.
No, I suppose not. Well, you let me know what you're going to do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna work this upper level low for a while.
Okay.
All right. You stay off these
I'll
roads. Your tires are too bald for this.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Just sent me a nice graphic showing the Ford Max. It's a nice compact upper level low. You can see the snowfall rates are nuts. A little slick on the bridges. Of this storm. That includes this compact upper level low that's gaining a bit of a neutral tilt, but it's just a bowling ball right there. That provides a lot of lift in the dendritic growth zone in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. It's got to be up near about 500 millibars. And this upper level low is oozing to the east, and that's going to continue to accelerate these snowfall rates out here across the Carolina Piedmont. Had like 6 cups of coffee and a breakfast pizza. Quick trip. Passing Inman again. Charlotte's going to get hammered. Down toward north central South Carolina. Thank you, Pettis. He's back. DBZ snow in pockets here underneath the cold upper level low. We're 11 miles from Spartanburg, 100 miles northwest of Columbia, South Carolina. big snow in Landrum, South Carolina. Beneath bowling ball upper level system. I think it's behind one of these snow plows. Guy just went off to the right. You gotta be kidding me. What is he doing? Did you see that? He just gained like 10 feet. Oh, that guy's sliding out of control. Rear wheel drive, watch out. You got a shoulder driver on the right. Whoa, he's going into the grass. What is he doing? No way! What's going on over there? He's coming back! You gotta be kidding me with that. That guy's a loose cannon up there. 2 cars up. I am flagging that. BMW up here too is, I might be struggling on this hill up here. Get to the left lane. Oh, let's see if he can make it. Yeah, get right behind that. Definitely want to be behind that guy. Tires, rear wheel drive. Guys, it's just a snowplow up there slowing things down. We need to remain calm. Barely moving. And that's because of the snowplow up there. If this car in front of us stops, they're in trouble. They just hit the gas. dangerous covering these southern snows. Big rates moving in. Cars out of control up there, fishtailing. Saved it. There's going to be some decent snow here, folks. It's kind of building south toward Lawrence. Thanks everybody for joining us. Pettis just sent me a graphic of the upper level low. It's a compact bowling ball of an upper level low, and it's popping out right now. That's increasing snowfall rates across upstate South Carolina into the Carolina Piedmont. That includes Greenville and Spartanburg, down toward Greenwood. Big flakes, so that's a sign that there is lift at 500 millibars as that bowling ball crossed over the Appalachian Mountains. Snow's going to spread down toward Columbia soon as well. Gotta be kidding me. Roads here aren't too bad. Heavier snow bands are starting to move into the northern side of Columbia. You can definitely see the cyclone there off the eastern Carolina coast. Starting to move in a little closer to the coast, even near Cape Fear. Flake size is starting to increase. Yeah, it should get worse along coastal Carolina in a couple hours. Conditions are deteriorating on Moorhead City up through the North Carolina Outer Banks. But that other plume is going to move onshore, maybe even Cape Fear. Get down there and get some of those 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Here on the bridge. Uh-oh. Nice. Got a bean burrito on me. You can keep them in your pocket and they never go bad. Save them for later. Somebody went through the ditch there on the left. I might just be trying to get traction. And we've got a convoy of plows in front of us. Even Myrtle Beach is going to get slammed this evening by wind. I think Cape Fear will be a little bit exposed. Especially the Outer Banks. We're working both angles of this storm, both modes, the upper level low and the coastal system. See the convoy of plows up there, look at that. bricked up here. 26. About to be. The word crippling sure gets tossed around these days a lot. City's about to have some precip move in. Very heavy snow all the way down to Columbia, between Greenville and Columbia. A couple inches, so inch per hour, several more hours to go. Probably end up with 6 inches in across much of the upstate South Carolina, and higher amounts for those bad threatening to persist. That frost noise. Gonna warm my feet up a little bit. Not as much further south because the snow started a little bit later down here. There's going to be a big snow event, too, in Charlotte. That convoy of snowplows up in the front, just dominating up there. some the latest high-resolution models, and we can try to see how much each area is going to get snow. Check out the HRR. Might be out near Morehead City and Charlotte area. Showing greater than a foot out in Morehead City up through Kitty Hawk. Ten to 12 inches pockets there in Charlotte. Between Greenville and Columbia, we're going to work both this snow and coastal system. That's what I'm leaning toward. Right now we are working the snow associated with this bowling ball of an upper level storm system. Cold air loft, big flakes, 10 to 12 inches probably maximized up near Charlotte. And we're thinking about dropping down to work the bomb Cyclone this evening with 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and possible blizzard conditions. Well, we first got to grind through this impactful heavy snow with the upper level low. It's starting to cake on all the trees here. Temperature 24 degrees, dropping down toward Columbia right now. more north of Cape Fear, though, up toward Moorhead City. Chasers on the ground. Boots on the ground coverage. This is some big snow for South Carolina, folks. Drive with confidence on these conditions, but it all comes down to the quality of your tires. Not even whether you have four-wheel drive. If you've got ball tires, you'll still be slipping around like a pig in mud, pig in shit. To the northwest of Columbia right now. The heavy snow is starting to move into Columbia. Yeah, it could be Gulf effect snow in Tampa, folks. Get ready for those skinny bands coming into the west coast of Florida. Yeah, the Dominator F-150 is amazing. It got me through that crippling ice storm and should get us to the bomb cyclone. 60-mile-an-hour winds expected. Full-blown snow chase mode. Team Dominator. Brian is up in Oklahoma near Stillwater right now, rigging the Dominator 3 live streaming system. There's going to be remote control cameras on the roof, all kinds of camera angles. Will Clay 25 has been mass producing sensors. We've also got our windshield plaques. We've still got those left. That's in support of the science mission, which is going big in 2026. It's not all that's going big. We are pedal to the metal chase mode this year. 84 miles northwest of Columbia. Nice coating of snow out here. This pocket of heavier snow is sliding to the southeast toward Columbia, South Carolina. More snow to the north, probably 3 inches up there near Landrum already. This is Chuck Norris. Yeah, they had those wildfires on March 14 last year. Behind the dry line of that big outbreak that caused those tornadoes. Then we intercepted near Bakersfield, Missouri. Arkansas had a bunch. It was great seeing everybody in Hattiesburg. I almost hit a deer last night. I'm going to be heading toward the coastline of Carolina, I think. My mom wants me to go to sleep, but I drove all night last night, and if you're coming this far, you got to chase the entire storm. You got to finish what we started. I can fish for trout tomorrow. Yeah, less traffic outside of Spartanburg. I may come back if this upper level low overproduces. Chuck doesn't have the hard miles I have. near Laurel, Mississippi on my way back from the Hattiesburg speaking event. I saw a little deer winking at me on the right side of the road. And even though this truck is a lot bigger, to give it a sense of security because of all the deer, it'll coil up like an aluminum can. Be lucky if this thing doesn't end up half in the ocean tonight. Yeah, we're going for gold. Thanks everybody for riding in my passenger seat. Oh, it's getting heavier. You gotta be kidding me with this. Woo! Oh, I'm here at 7-8 inches on the ground up there near Asheville, 3,500 feet. I was thinking about working the orography too. Well, we might want to get the big wind out near coastal Carolina. What do you think? Should I turn it around and sample some of those big snow amounts? We got Andy Coates up there. Locations like Charlotte, probably down to Spartanburg and north of Columbia. Several inches though in Columbia too. But as this upper level low oozes out, it's going to continue to encourage bomb cyclogenesis just off the coast of North Carolina, and that heavy precipitation shield's coming in. We could see 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts this evening. My mom says that there's enough purple up near her place that I should work the upper level low. But we drove up here all night and need to go for the gold medal and work both the upper level low and the bomb cyclone, I think, and then I can pop right back and sleep. This is some big snow. favorite areas for big snow, and I heard a report of 7 to 8 inches at 3,500 feet above Asheville. But it gets 60-mile-an-hour winds, whiteout conditions, snow a cane. But yeah, we're just driving right with this band. The band is coming in toward Columbia. It's moving into the west side of Columbia right now with heavy snow. Looks like some bright banding just offshore Surf City. Yeah, that snow's going to come ashore down there. Really see the cyclone intensify the coastal low. Even some lightning indicated down there in that warm sector of the coastal low right now. Maybe some water spouts out over the Gulf Stream. Here is robust. That's dropping south through the South Carolina Piedmont area down toward Columbia. Call my mom again. See what she thinks. Me again. Yeah, I'm dropping south toward down toward Columbia, and I'm in this really heavy blob of snow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, do you think I should follow this down to the beach and get those 60-mile-an-hour winds of the whiteout, or do you think I should stay with the upper level low?
Well, there's plenty of purple around here.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about fatigue. I'm good to go now. Until this evening. You think I should cover that and then just come back and then get some trout tomorrow in the snow?
Oh, wow, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have to fly out till the 4th.
Okay.
If I'm flying, maybe the morning of the 5th.
When's your next event?
That's the Chaser Summit out in Denver. Then maybe I can come back and get my car before the Rose State speaking event on the 12th.
There you go.
Yeah, I just got to get this registration and that ramp in the back.
Yeah.
And I figure since I already drove like 11 hours out here, do you think I should go for the gold medal? Get both?
Well, could you stay there all night then?
I gotta at least sleep in my car.
Reed, you can't. It's too cold, honey.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do with shelter. I'm sure I can find one.
Well, I don't know.
I can just chase this blob down to the south and then decide based on radar, but it looks like it's pulling that precipitation shield toward Surf City.
Well, yeah.
Coastal low is kind of more of a snow cane.
Yeah.
I can cover that. I can cover the upper level low and the snow cane.
Well, and if you're coming back, if you're going to be able to stay, what day is the 4th? Wednesday, you'll be able to recuperate.
Yeah. Yes, I will. So if I'm flying, which I am.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you make your decision.
Is it snowing heavy right there?
No.
It quit?
Pretty much. Just a few little flurries.
Boy, Sadie and Hazel are going to be up. Oh, that's a good snow. I think some more is coming in.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good snow. Yeah, it's 74 miles northwest of Columbia, so I'll decide here the next hour. But I mean, if there's 60-mile-an-hour winds out there, I can just park us on the beach.
Wait.
This truck is dominating.
I know. know, but how the hell will you stay warm?
I got plenty of gear with me. Yeah, I'll figure out a shelter if I do go down there.
Well, I don't know. Mom's not non-committal about that.
Alrighty, I'll take a look at the short-range models here.
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
I'll let you know.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Trying to decide which area to work. Do we work the pure upper level low or both? Probably do both. I'm in 40 dBz snow right now with these big flakes, highly reflective flakes out here. This is some heavy snow, and it's going to be a much longer duration out here. It does look like the back edge is starting to work its way south to the north of Greenville already. I think we'll probably head down to the coastal low. Maybe up to Morehead City. Stay tuned. The snow just kind of started down here to the south of Greenville, but it's going to last a lot longer. See those echoes starting to get pulled toward Carolina Beach. We got two modes to this snow. We have the upper level storm system, nice compact little bowling ball, cold pocket air aloft. There's positive vorticity advection with that. That creates lift. And meanwhile, we have that coastal low that's starting to deepen off the coastline of North Carolina, aided by the upper level low nudging east, and also the temperature gradients along the western edge of the Gulf Stream there. That's why these storm systems like to intensify in that location. And it's starting to pull that precipitation shield a little closer to the coast. And that's where we're going to go if we want the snow-a-cane activity this evening. Not a lot of shelter available right now. But I definitely want to find those areas where those northeast winds are just ripping right off the ocean on a barrier island. But we got to grind through this snow here in the Carolina Piedmont. what you got in Morehead City. The precip will arrive a little bit later further south, but the big wind is still going to be there as long as you have that unrestricted flow off the water. I gotta drain my lizard here. Snow just began at this location. Oh man. Stand by. Get the models here real quick. Gotta be kidding me with that. You got a little bit of sun peeking through in this heavy snow. 3 kilometer NAM likes Morehead City. Initial target's Morehead City. Not as bad further south, but it should last a little longer down here. Now you get that orographic enhancement against the mountains, so I'm not sure this is the best bet. Well, we might get in excess of a foot up in Morehead City. Brakes where he's trying to rip blob just continues to move off to the southeast toward Columbia. Big snow, South Carolina. Look at this. Making it over that bridge. A couple different locations. Just have a backup. Get some heavy snow here. Here we go. This is going to be a big ripper this evening, especially late afternoon, in the evening. Should be getting into this heavy snow blob here soon. Started a little bit further south. That's why there's less snow on the road here. But it is accumulating fast. standing right now south of Moorhead City. Some heavy precip about to come in down there. Even some thunder and lightning out over the Gulf Stream. I think I can make it. Shelter situations down here for this coastal storm. High wind warning and a winter storm warning, no blizzard warning. Bernie Reno this morning and Jeff Cornish were surprised that there was not a blizzard warning down here. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, life-threatening conditions. We're in the upper level low right now, getting some heavy snow in between Greenville and Columbia. hurricane this evening. Get there. Some heavier snow out here. I've got 3 shelters along the coastline right now. Confirmed. Got Swansboro, Emerald Isle, Atlantic Beach, and Havilland. Said people are in the ditch all over the place, and travelers in the or north of Greenville. Just getting started down near Columbia. Good buddy Chris Jackson is down here. See, the snow is just starting to coat the grass down here. Big, heavy precipitation moving on shore, Atlantic. A bit of a dry slot in there. pocket of air aloft. Just to the east of it, get some positive vorticity advection. We are headed toward coastal Carolina for possible blizzard conditions this evening. It's going to be nasty out there. Life-threatening conditions, winds gusting over 50 miles an hour possible. First, we got to grind through this heavy snow in the Carolina Piedmont, down toward the Columbia, South Carolina area, even Congaree Swamp. It's getting some big snow. Heavy snow with this compact upper-level storm system, cold pocket of air aloft, and we're getting some positive vorticity advection, which is creating some lift from upstate South Carolina through the Columbia area. And I'm going to be targeting coastal Carolina for possible blizzard conditions this evening as the coastal low intensifies, undergoes bombogenesis. Could see over a foot of snow in my target area. First, we got to grind through these heavy blobs of snow, 40 dBz snow, impacting upstate South Carolina through the North Carolina Piedmont, down through the central South Carolina area, and this cold upper level low just going to continue to wobble, ooze off to the east, while also encouraging bomb cyclogenesis on the western edge of the Gulf Stream, the temperature gradient there. Let it rip. Dendrites coming down, a lot of lift at 500 millibars up here. We'll try to step outside in these blizzard conditions, but you won't be able to be outside for very long. state, headed down into Columbia. Might see a little bit of a lull and the precip then will ramp back up as we get a little closer to the coast. There's a huge slug of precipitation coming on shore in coastal Carolina right now. And that's going to be associated with blizzard conditions this evening. Wind ripping right off the water, northeasterlies. Bomb cyclone, that's as you have positive vorticity convection from the upper system, and then you also have the temperature gradient on the western edge of the Gulf Stream. A lot of lift out there. It looks like the back edge might be starting to get a little bit closer to Greenville, so we're starting to transition toward the coastal low mode of this big-time snowstorm. But just southeast of Greenville, there's 40 dBz snow right now. Looks like the back edge, though, is starting to approach Greenville from the north. This is pivoting toward us, so right behind us, pretty heavy snowfall. You can see the rotation of the precipitation shield associated with this upper level low. This evening, and it started at about 4 p.m. is when we're really going to start to get into the big snow, life-threatening conditions for the average person. And here in Columbia, that heavy snow is trying to pivot in. Lightening up a little bit down near Columbia. Another target I was thinking about this work in Biltmore, up in western North Carolina, but I bet Andy Coates is working that. Legend. not bad in Columbia yet. There's a near storm warning here. Here on I-26 northwest side of Columbia. Roads are definitely getting a little bit worse here as we're coming into Columbia. I didn't call it Columbus earlier, right? A little bit of lack of sleep. The file access system is a little shot. See this snow in Congaree National Park. Only some heavier pockets of snow moving into Florence now. Timmonsville is getting rocked. There's some dropple, looks like. A little bit of a convective cell out there. Scale discussion centered over Charlotte. A little bit of dry air seems to have worked into Charlotte, shutting down the heavier snow. The heaviest blob right now is just on the southeast side of Greenville, south of Spartanburg. It's starting to move into Columbia. Just joining us, we're headed toward the North Carolina coast. We are kind of surprised there are blizzard warnings issued out there. Maybe an upgrade will come later. We've got a high wind warning coupled with a winter storm warning out there with over a foot of snow possible in the target area down here. We're covering the upper level low snow right now. You got to cover both sometimes. Still got my dress pants on. Got the orange chain off to the side here. That's the snow chasing chain. 1.6. Now we're getting on I-20. Headed up through Florence. Should get some heavier precip on the way out there. Some of the close range models are showing a little maximum of snow near the Florence area. In the far southeastern North Carolina, it must be picking up on some banding in between the upper level low and the coastal system, the precip shield coming into coastal Carolina there. Going to be a pretty cold February coming up, which might be indicative of kind of a later start to storm season. But boy, the golf sure does recover fast in early spring, especially for Dixie Alley setups. snow yet in Columbia. We're a little in front of the heavier snow. It's in between Greenville and Columbia, a little closer to Greenville. But there is some heavier precipitation just to our east. Looks like maybe even some convective cells. So we're going to pop up and get on the northwest side of Wilmington and then hug the coast all the way up, grind through the storm surge, 60-mile-an-hour winds and whiteout conditions. Might have to build a snow cave if things get desperate. But I'm an Eagle Scout. I can do that. I know how to make a snow cave. Maybe I'll just do that for a live streaming exercise tonight. Make a snow cave and survive in it. Do a survival exercise. I had to sleep in a snow cave in Thompson Pass in Alaska once. I was shooting a show for Animal Planet, a pilot. It never aired, but we did spend the night in the snow cave, kind of like a shelter against a big cliff thing. You could hear avalanches coming through the ground, vibrating up through the ground. And then they pulled us out because of hypothermia concerns, even though we were fine. But I had to do snowshoeing out there. I saw like 20 moose. Went down to Valdez, like 36, and concrete snow, very wet snow down there. Conditions are really going to deteriorate as we get closer to the coast. We'll see. We get those whiteout conditions. And still, that heavy snow is going to be pivoting into the Columbia, South Carolina area. We got the peak of the event up in the upstate South Carolina. I think it's ended up with 5 to 6 inches there. Maybe some more graphic enhancement up near Tryon, Landman. Just happy to be out here. It's going to be hard when you hit the road for an all-night drive, and then if you make it to like 4 or 5 in the morning and drink coffee, then your body thinks it's time to wake up. And you're usually good to go for a while. 1 hour from Florence, and we're going to be grinding through some of this lighter snow to the upper level system. Until we get to that, those southerlies, we're getting a little positive vorticity infection ahead of it. PVA. PVA? 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 Not bad out here. Got 2-wheel drive. The heavier snow's coming. It's just a later start. Roads are mainly wet in Columbia, but the heavier precip is coming in. filling in. Tomorrow's February 1st.
Hey, echo.
Yep.
We got local man weather here. We've been looking at this stuff while we've been making upgrades to the Dominator with things like this and with other things. At Matt, what are we seeing?
We're looking at the total snow accumulation map here, and it looks like now the Carolinas, especially the coast of the Carolinas, is going to get smacked. Could be around 7 inches of snow there. The models in the previous days had the low going over the East Coast, but it looks like right now it's a little, I don't know the exact mileage, but it is directly east of Charleston and Savannah out there, moving northeast. But if the trough goes neutral, you could get more snow and stuff in the Carolinas. There is a mesoscale discussion for heavy snow up near, what is that, Charlotte? That's what's happening right now. Very salty snow going on the coast of the Carolinas right now. But
Salty.
yeah.
And that's the general update. We'll have more updates, but we are doing a bunch of things here to make this upcoming tornado season fantastic. There are hijinks here, as you can see. But we're going to continue to jump in with updates and nonsense. Okay, where is the mouse? Back to Reed. Nice. To get a little.
We muted.
Now you would see 100 people saying muted.
Oh, yeah. Mute now.
Oh yeah.
I should have been.
Wait. Maybe not.
Time the danger zone perfectly. Snow evolves a little more slowly. Obviously, it takes time to accumulate. It's different than a tornado where you got to be there when it crosses the road if you're trying to intercept it. Much easier phenomenon to chase. Ice is probably the most difficult. See, when I lock the focus, definitely helps. closing in on Florence, and we're ahead of the heaviest snow, which is kind of falling up near Greenville, Spartanburg, up through a little closer to Charlotte. Landrum was probably the peak that we saw so far. First 7 to 8 inches above 3,500 feet outside of Asheville, and that heavy snow is just hammering the North Carolina coast, so we are on our way, folks. We got to go through some decent precipitation, maybe even some convective cells coming up here through Florence. I think if there's a little bit less total accumulation from the upper level low, it could mean that the coastal low will overperform. Kind of a push-pull going on between the two. Because in these conditions they aren't too dark, and then they can get dark when it's too bright outside. Starting to get into some heavier pre-sill. Should increase in intensity between here and Florence, about 40 miles out of Florence. got to do is get through the upper level low portion, and we are dominating. I think we're going to get through it. We're in front of it. There's some good rates, though, developing now ahead of the upper level low. Little PVA. making a potato burrito that's 4 hours old is bad or no? You could probably sit on it. Yeah, down here in the south, they just don't quite have the resources to really keep up with a storm like this. That's why you see a lot of different impacts. You get this amount of snow in like 15 minutes. I grew up in Michigan, but they got some of the best plow systems in the world up in the Great Lakes region. Yeah, the roads are getting worse here near Florence. I wonder if there's something with the topography out here. Scraping the road here. I remember that time in Arkansas when I started fishtailing like crazy. So it's getting heavier as we're getting east of the upper low. The snow's expanding out near Florence. It's going to be a grind. Beef burritos will last for months. Pitter-pattering on the windshield. We're gonna get there, everybody. Worked the upper low first, and now the coastal low is starting to intensify. See it on radar, the thing's wrapping up, sending a big slug of precipitation inland. And this area is also expanding just to the east of the upper level low. So I can drive from Norman to Wichita right now to the target area. Big southern snow. There it is. then we're headed up toward the coast. We'll go through Lumberton, northwest side of Wilmington, and then we're going to just grind right along the coast, probably through an icy cold storm surge, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, increasing as we go toward the evening and overnight. Too easy coming all the way from Hattiesburg all night. Too easy. Red River. Look at the snow. It's really steady now. New mental scale discussion of that issue. Period of sustained moderate to heavy snow, rates approaching, exceeding 1 inch per hour, and appears developing and likely continuing through 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Longer-term radar loops indicate increasing precipitation rates within a zone of stronger mid-tropospheric warm convection and frontogenic forcing, extending from just inland of North Carolina and southeastern Virginia coastal areas. Precipitable water values are 0.4 to 0.5. Discussion just got issued. Charlotte's got some heavier snow moving in right now. City has some pretty heavy recent months of events. Virginia Beach, get into the action. Probably some heavier snow moving up through Elizabeth City, Beechwood Shores. missing. Where is it? Looking for that little cell. side of Florence on I-95. Cyclone, which is deepening off the North Carolina Outer Banks. Might even get a meatloaf with the pilot here. Not too bad yet, but conditions will gradually deteriorate as we go through the afternoon and evening here. Thinking about getting a mobile radar to use this tornado season. Stand by. That's from the ice storm. One second.
I up? I think I'm up. Yep, I am. Okay, here I am. What's up, everybody? All right, so this is the what you're seeing over here on the right side. This is expected snowfall rate in the next 24 hours here. So earlier on, this was, oh, this is going to start echoing over here now too. This is why you don't move like where you do live streams. This is why people have studios, so everything is actually consistent. But why would we do it? You'll just hear murmuring in the background. Okay, so these expected snowfall rates, these were a little bit more inland earlier. It's moved out here, and you can now see that there's a heavy snow discussion here, and up top you see this is where the low is. This is basically the thing that's making all this happen. The fact that this is down here, it's pulling everything into this area. Everything's sort of dancing around this action right here and bringing snow to places where it doesn't usually have this much snow. Brian is starting to look like Sean Casey. That's I don't even know what to say to that. So I'm just going to move on. Let me get Reed's updated position here too. Oh, Reed never actually updated his position, but I have another way to do it. All right. So Reed's right about here, South Carolina, charging this way into these into this heavy stuff. So things are just gonna, it's just gonna get more and more heavy the later you watch this stream here. You see expected snowfall rates of 8 inches here. Fairly outrageous for this area. What upgrades are Dom 3 getting? More camera angles, better audio, even with the window down. So this is like, everybody knows that this is something that drives me insane, and anybody, any casual viewers insane, is that Reed loves to chase with the windows down. And that is because if you chase with the windows down, you can feel moisture, you can smell the air, which is actually more important than you think on a chase. So even if he's got the window down, this mic that we have, thanks to our members, because it's an expensive mic, super cardioid, all these things like that, that it should be able to cut out the wind. And it should also be able to even out Reed's his audio, because everybody else talks at a normal volume. Of course, Reed tends to yell and whatnot. The mic should also sort of be able to filter out when Reed is draining his lizard on the live stream, which is audio that we hear far too often. And I'm doing well. Things are going well. Sometimes in the lead up to storm season, things are behind, things are not happening on time. So I was frustrated at the start of last season, but at the start of this season, things are cooking. And again, that's thanks to all the members, and they give us that predictable, hey, if we get this, we're not going to be underwater. So it's that predictable income that members give us, and super chats and all that good stuff. So basically, the audio will be way better. The visuals will be way better. We have these new partner with cameras, very small cameras that the NFL uses. The guys are German, which is very encouraging. They're very exact. And then just kind of automating a couple of things that we need help with automations on, because if I'm in the room and things are going haywire, you guys have seen me more often than not just being like, here's the storm, and that's just because like things are crashing and I'm trying to fix it and I'm trying to get Reed's audio fixed. So the idea is cut down all those things that are really just get to the point of being overwhelming and overloading, and just give you guys a better thing to watch. There's also a giant, one sec. There's this too. This is very important. This is very cool. I think you guys know what it is. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. Sorry, I'm catching up on the comments here. What else do we have? What is EF chance? Will Brady be back? Brady will probably have some guest streams, yeah. We're gonna bring more people in for guest streams too. Am I frozen? Is Reed isn't frozen. He's getting a sandwich. We're also getting sandwiches here. This is Will's crazy warehouse, which is really, I would love to just stream from here. This is Dom HQ. There are very large screens back there. That's just like what Will does. That's not even really for the live stream yet. This is just Will's just a tech maniac, which is exactly how we like him. But yeah, there's a robot dog that will break out. We'll show you here. There's a 3D printer going right there. There's a really smart guy standing right there. And the Dominator is actually across town getting the front hood rebuilt. You guys know, you guys are always like, the reason that there's always problems with the Dominator is because we just start going and we may be in North Dakota and something breaks. And we need to get it fixed before we could keep moving again. So we're kind of at the mercy of whoever's in the area. And with 10 repairs, maybe over a couple of years, you know, you'll have 2 guys who are amazing at it. You'll have 6 guys who are good at it. And then you have a couple of guys who did their best, but, you know, left some real structural issues in it. So it turns into this Frankenstein's monster that it is. So now it's just, I mean, Will was when he was taking it apart, he was seeing really huge structural failures. So it's going to be beefier, it's going to be stronger, and it's totally rebuilt. And at my direction, it'll also have just cool LED effects, just because it looks cool. A little Knight Rider action, maybe. Reed does drive in the Dominator one still. Yeah, Dominator is very, very high mileage vehicle, without a doubt. One of the more high mileage vehicles that there is, really. All right, let's look back at this for a second here. That's Frost. No, not overboard with the LED lights. You just need a little hint. Just need a little hint. You just got to show a little depth, because it looks great as is. It just needs a little accents. We're not doing Tokyo Drift. Is this Fruit and Matrix? Is this just a AI bot? What else? I'm trying to think of other news here. Very phenomenal episodes coming soon. So once storm season hits, lots of stuff. This channel is going to erupt again, as it always does every year. No, there is such a thing as too many LED lights. 100%. See any YouTube channel, really. Oh, the SPC outlook changes. I saw that. I didn't know if it was like I didn't know if it was a real post or not. I haven't dove into it. If you're on weather Twitter too much, you start to go a little loopy. But that happened a couple of days ago. Rocket launching is going well. And the drone stuff is coming along too. So we're just basically saying, let's go in the order we're making our order of operations. This is the most important. This is the next most important. This is the next most important. So, whoop. Oh, the guy's back.
That's absolutely getting blasted, especially from Jacksonville up off to the north. Yeah, Jacksonville up to Morehead City getting hammered. Definitely see that bomb cyclone, even some lightning still in the warm sector of it. A lot of snow up there at Greenville and areas off to the east. Here we go. washer fluid back. We're moving. Headed towards Jacksonville, North Carolina. Almost there. About to head north on 95, continuing north. sauce all over me. could have some thunder. Keep your ears open. Tapping on the windshield. These are convective elements. These little cells out here. everybody. Thanks for tuning into this slow burn of a stream. I'm about to head east toward the North Carolina coastline, and then we'll should be about an hour or so until we hit that precip shield just to the east and north of Wilmington. Basically stretches from Jacksonville up toward New Bern and then continues that plume all the way north up into northeastern North Carolina and also far southeastern Tidewater region of Virginia there. Trying to hanging on by a thread here. Miles and I take 70 the upper system first. Upper low got some very heavy snow. Here's Spartanburg. And now we're trying to catch the Bond Cyclone low. A little too much time in between them.
Hello. Great. Sorry, we've been doing some mad scientist stuff here at Team Dom HQ. Also, this hoodie doesn't sell enough. This hoodie's amazing. This is as close as you get to the original Dominator ugly red shoe maroon deal, and it's very comfortable. You can see these nice thick string roped things, right? Yeah. Doesn't look like there's a lot of snow on here right now, but we're on the way. Let me get an update on Reed's location here. Stand by, stand by. Stand by, stand by. Reed is headed east towards Wilmington and Cape Fear. So let's show you where he is on this. I guess we could probably show his location again if we could, but for those of you who've watched the stream, you know that Reed gets hunted down sometimes. All right, so Reed is about here. That's 7 inches is expected snowfall, 24 hours. Wilmington, this is Cape Fear down here. You can see going up here, this is where the heavy snow discussion is. And Reed is back, and the signal is wonderful. See you guys shortly. Cha 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 cha.
City on Atlantic Beach. ocean out there. It's a good sign. Trying to catch that big time band. We're getting hammered up there in eastern North Carolina. forward to it. snow here. Later and later, I think the road conditions are getting worse in here. Almost to Birdlaw. Jacksonville's next. Almost to Jacksonville, or almost to that heavy snow. What a sharp line on the backside of this. Jacksonville is about to get hammered. Hoping to beat it there. 30 minutes. Jacksonville, North Carolina. Definitely deepening out there, east of Cape Hatteras. Back in the snow, thank God. start getting some weather now. Probably be after dark and drive into the ocean up here. Almost there. Go right up along the Sound, up toward Newport. Here should go up about 10 times this here in the next 20 miles. between the upper level low and the coastal storm. We made the coastal storm now. We're about to get into the heart of the snow band. We're going to go right along the coast up to Morehead City. Very sharp back edge on this thing. Everybody, hanging on by a thread here, going for 31 hours again, getting too old for this. We'll finally hit the snow, and it looks like we got some problems up here. Must be an accident of some kind. This is road closed. Accident. This is not good, folks. Have you been here a while? It just happened? I see that, yeah. Yeah, you'd think they'd be able to let us through, but I guess they got to rescue that person. A lot heavier snow just ahead of us. Yeah. Finally made it out with that bomb cyclone intensifying just to the southeast and east of Cape Hatteras. There's even been lightning in the warm sector of this storm system. Big snow coming here, but the road is closed heading into Jacksonville, North Carolina. Just to the west of Jacksonville here. It's heavy snow. We just got into the band. Road closed here. Just got into the band of the bomb cyclone, which is deepening out to the east of Cape Hatteras. Lightning in the warm sector. Just got into the snow band and this road is closed. It's like an accident up there. We moved 10 feet, but I think that's just the cars. Other cars getting out of here. see anything? Yeah. We're almost, yeah. Yeah, that's sometimes. Okay. This is where the heavy snow plume is, just to the east of Jacksonville. You can see a serious accident here as the road is closed. Possibly a lot more to come as well. Like double digit snowfall, maybe 12 inches across eastern North Carolina, especially the coastal regions. Get through here. And just to the west of Jacksonville, North Carolina, this is where the heavy snow plume is, just to the east of Jacksonville. You can see a serious accident here as the road is closed and Jacksonville, North Carolina. This is where the heavy snow plume is, just to the east of Jacksonville. You can see a serious accident here as the road is closed and ice covered right now. There's another band of heavy snow moving in, but there's a very sharp back edge to this coastal low snowstorm. Get a little ditty up for Accu. heavy band is still to come. It's coming up. Finally hit the storm. It's coming down pretty good here. I think we're going to see a rapid increase in accumulations. Closer to the coastline, we should see those winds dramatically increase. Big snow problems here just west of Jacksonville, North Carolina. big snow. Moving at 10 miles an hour right now. Starting to get a little dark. So I'm going to get in there before sunset and get north up to Newport. Driving at night with potential tidal flooding, coastal flooding, can be dangerous for the average person. We are just west of Jacksonville, North Carolina right now, and I'm going to be headed up the coast right along the Sound up toward Newport and eventually Morehead City. Still a long ways to go with this snowstorm, and the wind is about to pick up as well, especially as we get closer to the coastal areas. Route 53 here was closed with that accident. Moving very slow right now, coming into Jacksonville, about 10 miles an hour. But we caught the backside of the deformation zone of the bomb cyclone. We did it. Hanging on by a thread here with a signal. Hanging on by a thread. Guys better get ready to do the robot dance. Signal's back. Must be pumping out of the Starlink. There's some wind. I think I can go by it. Ruffling the feathers. Boy, dramatic increase in snow accumulations. Wind is ramping up. I think that guy must have rear-wheel drive up there. Nice and slow. Feel the energy of the storm. We went from a really high ceiling to low visibility in the snow plume. Wrap around. Could be lake effect snow showers on the west side of Florida. Ocean effect bands that are going to set up. Nice convergent band too down south of Augusta, Savannah River Valley. miles an hour shouldn't get it done. Get there. Wind is starting to increase. I think that's supposed to happen kind of after the snow or the high wind warning could be in effect. I don't think that they overlap with the heaviest snow. Will Clay 25 is so active on stream today. Good pass, but I don't want to make him upset. I could probably go to 50 on this. Definitely had some inch per hour rates back there around that accident, but that's not even the heaviest stuff that's happened out here. There's probably going to be some drifting up ahead. A little bit of a lull here. Got to get north on the coast from Jacksonville. Some more heavy snow coming up. I even see a storm surge up here. Big wind. Big northeasterly winds. That's why we let's lift up the northeast coast. Get those northeast winds. All nor'easter. 17 miles from Jacksonville. Was okay back there in that accident. Start to hear the wind go through the power lines. Be up high. did it. Sure, got some kind of pilot there. See the wind ramping up in this open field. It seems to be coming out of the north. Jacksonville. southeast out of Jacksonville. Dark. Make the snowflakes pop. This little waterway. I guess a band something. 14 miles west of Jacksonville. Snow's starting to increase a little bit. I think we're going to have to go north of there. There's some more traffic up here on the west side of Jacksonville, through about 12 miles. I hear you. Drifts on the left and right of the road. We made it. A lot of wind out here I'm seeing. Quickly increasing. here. It's getting serial. That heavy band. There's more organizing out over the ocean. Getting into the deep stuff now. This is it. 45 dBz snow coming up. Big wind. Widen that out for you. Some pretty deep drifts out here. It's happening. is happening? Ramping up and surface flow is deepening, pressure gradient tightening. We're gonna get an inch an hour at least here. Jacksonville. Looks like there's a lot of traffic backups as we get closer. turn right here at about 7 miles and head down to the coast. I think they're are going to get really hairy. Yeah, there's some deep snow here, several inches. At least 6 inches. Thanks everybody for hanging with us. What a grind of a chase, a slow burn. The chase has finally begun.
Whoops. Let's see. What happened?
Tripped over cable. He said, I don't know if you guys saw it, phone died back in 30 seconds. So that's what he just said.
Copy that. Check. Check.
We're back. Sorry about that. Phone died for a second. beautiful place. And dropping down to the coast. The wind should ramp up dramatically as I head down there. All live view because the Starlink had to unplug, so the phone died. I don't have enough holes. Getting heavier. This is some heavy snow. It. It hit the big rates. Very heavy snow in Jacksonville, North Carolina. About to drop down to the coast with a big wind. Conditions are definitely deteriorating here. Keep it wide. Just experimenting to make the flakes pop. Oh yeah, we're probably near 6 or 8 inches here. See some decent wind. Snow is going horizontal the closer we get to the ocean. Out filming. Gonna do a snow depth measurement. Cool. Just met a fellow snow chaser from the area, originally from the Tughill Plateau. He went to Copenhagen in high school. That's one of the snowiest, the snowiest place in the United States. It's getting big out here. It's ripping. You did say Emerald Isle was accessible. Big snow. Cool. Very heavy snow here, Jacksonville, North Carolina, headed toward Emerald Isle. Big time snow accumulation out here. Snowfall rates 1 to 2 inches an hour. We finally hit it. It was worth the drive. That was exciting. At the EOC as well out here, local EOC. Should find getting any problems, but you shouldn't with the high clearance 4x4. Be fine. You gotta be kidding me, 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 gotta be kidding me with this. Big snowfall rates, folks. We're gonna take 24 down. Snow east. Winds are really going to ramp up once we get by Jacksonville and down to the ocean. See every single flake. Big time snowfall rates here in Jacksonville, North Carolina, 1 to 2 inches per hour. Just a plume of snow hammering this area. Trying to get down toward Emerald Isle. on this thing. Dropping toward the coast. Expect the winds to increase here. Swansboro. Yep. We did it. Made it. Still about 28 miles up from Swansboro. Up here. Let's go over this sound up here. Gotta be careful. Getting windy. Should be some funneling of the wind maybe on this sound coming across it. That was a heavy band. Yep. Heavy rates dropping down toward Emerald Isle right now. You can see that the wind is getting a lot more feisty as we're getting closer to the ocean. Could go up to Newburgh on the radar. That was the heaviest band yet. That came through 45 plus TBC. Thunderstorms just offshore. Just some thunder and lightning. Probably just keep coming in bands. Take a while to get down here. It's gonna be very windy. Get rid of some of that noise. We might have kind of a dry, windy period in between this type of snowfall rate, and then maybe some of that more bands will come on shore. Yep. Noise. So repetitive. some wind. It's going to be windy down here. Yep, we're dropping down to Emerald Isle. I see the moon shining through right now. You got to be kidding me with that. The moon is coming through the clouds, and we have these steady snowfall rates still. Yeah, the moon just got covered. It's up on the upper left. Pop out. There it is. You can see it on the top part of the screen there. There's the moon. Snowbands coming in. Looks like there's more forming out over the ocean too. trying to get up the coast, of course. I'm between these bands, but still some decent snow. Snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour as a big-time band up to 45 dBz just lifted through. Cyclone is undergoing bombogenesis offshore. Yep. Wind is going to increase 10 miles out. Hopefully just in time for that band to come ashore. It's going to turn into a windbag tonight.
Big time snowfall rate of 1 to 2 inches per hour.
toward Emerald Isle. Coastal low is bombing out, folks. Expect the wind to increase, more bands to come ashore. Supercells out there in the warm sector. Right over the Gulf Stream. That's probably the bombing out low. Right out there. See how that convection just out over the ocean? That's moving northeast though. And then some more bands that'll come on shore. And you can see some lightning there. Bomb cyclone. Bombs out. Yep. That mega band is lifting north. Just lifted north of Newbern. There's probably 45 dBc in that thing. Big band. Definitely some more snow coming in from the southwest too. Coming up from Cape Fear. Much more snow, a lot more snow to go. It's definitely energized. Conveyor belt of heat and moisture. Bands approaching. It's gotta be blizzard conditions out on Emerald Isle. For coming in late on this thing. Came all the way from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and then we worked the upper level low up in upstate South Carolina, and now we're finally down here in the banding that's getting encouraged by the bomb cyclone. A lot of convection out there, lightning, probably some supercell storms. Wouldn't be surprised if there are water spouts over the Gulf Stream, but impossible to chase. terrific snowfall rates with mega band wrapping around this bomb cyclone. And then there's a lot of thunder and lightning. The warm sector as it intensifies, pumping a lot of heat and moisture. By a thread out here. Got plenty of water. It looks like the totals are increasing as I'm going closer. 7 miles from Swansboro. That's a lot of snow. Left side and right. See those ruts on the left side of the road. A lot of snow to be blown around as the winds continue to increase tonight. The moon's coming out. There it is. There's the moon. See the low clouds coming by, still some steady snowfall rates, and more bands are on the way, more mega bands even. Snow chaser of Jacksonville, North Carolina back there. Just had pure elation in those big snowfall rains. He had his phone out, shooting the snow. Nice guy. And came from the Tug Hill Plateau, one of the snowiest places in the world, or in the U.S. at least. Maybe the world. Getting a little drifting here over the road, as you can see. 24 east. Wind I can hear coming out of the north. Back out the moon. Gotta keep it in the ruts. Look at that drifting. Just tickling the drift so far. More snow on the way too upstream. Swansboro now. Negative tilt, it would have pulled it back closer to the coast. It probably would have hit Cape Cod. But it's getting shoot up to sea eventually, but after raking over eastern North Carolina. Can't wait for this next band. I think I can see the haze of it ahead. See that? Everybody has to say near blizzard conditions. Have to be very careful. Near blizzard. We've got very dangerous near blizzard conditions out here. Ooh. northeastern Atlantic. I can get up to Atlantic. Meanwhile, there's some steady snow coming in. There's a new mesoscale discussion back toward Wilmington. Focused area of mid-level ascent is coming in. Moderate to heavy snowfall this evening along the North Carolina, South Carolina border. Swansboro. More snow coming in. God, we drove 30 hours to get out here. Oh, yeah. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. That bomb cyclone is deepening off Cape Hatteras. There's lightning strikes out there. Bands. We just had the mega band come through up to 45 dBz. There are some big snowfall rates, the heaviest I've seen this year at least. I've seen some big snowfall rates in my life though. As did our new friend from Copenhagen, New York, up in the Tug Hill Plateau. Another snow chaser, baby. Change. Look at that tomorrow. I need to get out on the barrier island. Big wind. We're going to try. The wind is definitely increasing in the atmosphere. And the Casper's Marina. Got some big wind out there. Waffle House open as usual. To hit that up here in a little bit. Surprised my mom didn't come with me on this chase. I did ask. But she got some snow as well. But upstate South Carolina, I think they ended up with about 4 or 5 inches at her place. Oh, there's some nice wind. Bigger as we're getting closer. Go down to the marina. Yeah, we got another band coming in. Alright, I gotta send out some content to AccuWeather quick. This next band comes in, and I gotta drain my lizards. One second. We're gonna drop down to the marina. Name this folder AccuBomb Cyclone. Thanks for joining us so far, everybody. We're going to drop down to the marina here in a second. Just got to drain my lizard here. Deep. Okay, we'll be right back and then headed to the marina. Stay with us. 2-foot drift right here. right, folks, we're going to drop down to the marina, down eventually toward Emerald Isle. Cranking up, they said it'd be powerful. Winds ramp up. Haven't seen anything yet. This truck is amazing. We got it at Seth Wadley Ford in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. Good folks. I can go through like 2 feet of snow. So much better than the Subaru. It turned into a submarine in deep snow. We're going down to the marina to get some, see if there's any big wind down there. Wind is just getting started. We had to get here in time for that, for the big wind. We are headed down toward the marina in Swansboro. And then we're going to drop down into Emerald Island. Emerald Isle. What a grinder of a stream this has been. And a chase. These winter storms are a slow burn sometimes. Ooh, is that green cross on the left? Blazing convenience store. Power's clicking there on the left. Nice drift. Yeah, it looks like the lob of the wind is a little bit coming offshore. This is a marina. Yep. There's some beefy drifts here. Swansboro, North Carolina. Look at those drifts. Looks like another band could be coming in. It's pretty deep alleviate some of those drifts, a couple of feet at least. It's all pivoting onshore where you're going to get clobbered. Just getting started. Gotta be kidding me with this. Getting more snow. There's big snow coming in, building up upstream. More vans coming in. All right, gotta come up with a plan here soon. Stuff here in a second. Look at some short range forecast models. Gotta get to the barrier tonight. Probably get to Emerald Isle. About 10 minutes from here. Very heavy snow too coming in from the southwest. This event's just going to continue to crank. There's even lightning down to the south. Down here, lightning strikes. It's all feeding up toward our location here. It's definitely intensifying. Supercell out there. You gotta be kidding me with that. There's a supercell over the Gulf Stream right now. Looking at it right there. intensity. It's got a meso cyclone on it. Probably has a tornado. There's actually 2 supercells out there right now over the Gulf Stream. 2 mesocyclones of lightning. And all that's just pumping this thing full of energy. Looks like a lot of wind coming with that next system. That next band. So we'll get down to Emerald Isle. See what happens. We can get there. We'll have to call our friend if we run into problems. I'm just a little afraid of heights, some of those big bridges. Plenty of survival gear. We probably want to be down there for that when that band comes in. Yep. Set in 2.5 hours. I'm just a journalist of the AccuWeather. Just take it slow. There's anything insurmountable. There's like some drifts like 4 feet deep going to the left. Here. See if the wind will rip on this thing. Looks like it is on the left. A little rooster tail on the left. Some funneling down there. All right, here we go, up and over. Hear the water down there. Too easy. See the lights on Emerald Isle off to the left. are going to increase out here. The bridge is too worried about it. Too easy. My Michigander though too. Grow up driving in like 2 feet of snow. Driven through 4 feet of snow, 6-inch per hour snowfall rates, ice, mega blizzards. The Buffalo Christmas Eve blizzard was one of the worst. Driven through those like 9-footers too. You can't really drive in those. You just kind of have to park and cover the storm on foot. There is some ice on this road. Starting to get some wind off the sea here. That's off the sound. But the further out we go, we should be able to get some more unexposed northerlies. See some big drifts on the left. Oh yeah. We made it. Bomb Cyclone 2026. Brian's probably watching this just praying for the stream to end. Sorry for today. Thanks everybody though for watching this marathon stream. Oh yeah, we're getting some wind out here. When that band comes in, rocking out here. Eventually go out to Emerald Isle, 6 miles out. Just doing a slow pickle out here. Pretty built up though. Rooster tail on the right, so it is definitely getting windier here. 1.8 miles to the bridge. Probably shoot an ass live in the middle of that rooster tail. Mega band intercepted. 2.2 miles, Emerald Isle. That was our target. Windshield wiper, the rhythm is lulling me to sleep. Van's going to be coming in soon. This place is called Cedar Point out here. Point 8 and we'll cross to the barrier. Could be some drifting out there. I'm not familiar with the tidal cycle right now. Let's see. Feathering. It's got some height on it, some girth. We just gotta be here for that next band when it comes in. Here we go. Miles out. Maybe we can see some lightning from the beach out here. The supercells that are offshore over the Gulf Stream. Winter storm warning in effect. Here comes the bridge. couldn't even get over the bridge from the eastern tip of Panama City Beach, only because of the height. 150-mile-an-hour winds. I had to do a bunch of AccuWeather lives every 5 minutes, so I couldn't be very mobile. We're going out to Emerald Isle. Looks like we have northwest winds. I can see the low-level cloud elements, but on radar, the precipitation is still moving on shore. Looks like low tide. Band, the next mega band. Already lighting up the lights out there. Boy, it's got to be a dangerous sea out there in the Atlantic. The other side of the Emerald Isle. We made it! Too easy! The flow was onshore out of the northeast, and that this is getting some big wind. There's more windy out here, but it's kind of coming offshore now.
How you just doing? Echo. Reed is plugging something back in. Here's Matt keeping the beat. Boom. Here's a little update. Again, we've been working on the upgraded Dominator 3 setup for probably 10 hours today. But making progress. So here is, if you guys want to, hold on. Let me hold this. There we go. All right. Terrible lighting. All right. If you want to know, like, kind of what happened today and what's going on. Well, first, he's frozen because he didn't plug something in. But he'll be back in a moment here. Okay, so we had the bomb cyclone, right? So we have this bomb cyclone. This is the low. Basically, it's the place where everything swirls around, so it's pulling in everything, and that's where the action is. Originally, it was supposed to dive in a little bit further inland here, which is why there was a delay, and some people on the stream earlier being like, why is there no snow? Is because it dove further south than a lot of people had anticipated. So now it's down here, but you could see basically is where all this swirling is, right? This is the low. Everything's going towards the low. And you see these bands here. So Reed is generally in this area right here. And you can see the snow amounts are just, they're building and building and building. So let's look at the expected snow next 24 hours here. So this is expected snow next 24 hours. You can see it's changed a bit, 8 inches here. But yeah, originally this was going all the way inland here. Now it's further out. So the people inland dodged a bullet a bit here. I don't know. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, it definitely looked worse for the past couple days here, and they're still going to get big wind out on the barrier. Wilmington, Jacksonville, all that stuff, that's North Carolina. They're going to get a smack.
Smack.
What is it saying for inches right now for Wilmington?
This is next 24 hours. I have to get the live here. Hold on. This will take me a second. Well,
yeah.
Can you figure out what Wilmington has? This isn't the normal setup, guys.
My laptop's dead. I'll give you my.
Well, it'll be interesting because this is going to be onshore flow here.
Yeah, Reed is going towards the barrier. Where's he going to? Heading to the barrier for the wind bag. So yeah, there's going to be a bunch of wind. It's going to get smacked. So he's going to the barrier islands here. Is that right?
Yeah.
He's on Emerald Isle. He was going to Emerald Isle. So he's trying to get
Service will be bad
smacked.
out there.
Well, it can't get any worse than it is at this at this present moment. So, like, oh well. Yeah, just doing a little dance. This needs to go to a different color temperature. This is bad. We're gonna fix this right now.
Oh yeah, there's a remote for it right here. It may not have colors on it. Surely it does.
No.
There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that.
There you go.
I can turn on the red mood lights in here if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
You want
It's
to?
YouTube. Let's do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Surprisingly, not as good as an image as my Canon at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Will,
Yeah.
can you show the folks here something cool? We had a dancing robot dog before,
Yeah.
but we have other things.
Yeah, I can show that.
This is too bright too. This has got to go down. Down.
We are full bore.
There we go.
Producing next year's. That's last year's vortex vision sensor. That might have my phone number on it, but that's okay.
Oh.
We are full bore assembling the version 2.0 of the rocket sensors here. So that's what we're working on tomorrow out here.
So that's rocket sensor from last year.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, what's different about this year's sensor?
This year's sensor is gonna report its location when it gets lost.
That sounds pretty handy.
Yeah. And something else we're working on is real-time data uploading. So the high-resolution data will immediately get transmitted back to us for like immediate analysis, so we don't have to wait a couple days to get all that stuff.
That sounds outstanding and pretty difficult to do.
We learned a lot last year. We learned a lot about how to make things work last year. So took all of the bad things that we learned and rolled it up into some really nice plans for this year. We have, I'll leak a little bit of it. You guys have kind of seen it. We have the new roof camera right here, over here, that's going to be going on top of the Dominator probably this year. So pretty pumped about this. This thing weighs like 80 pounds.
I was just gonna ask that.
I don't know how much it weighs. I should weigh it, but it's not done. There's still a lot of parts in it, but it's probably at least 60. I bet it's 60 pounds.
This is. I say it's 50. I say it's 55.
55. What do you think it weighs? 55 might be pretty on. Trying to weigh, like, compare it
48
to a
pounds.
bag. 48 pounds?
Yeah. Like a bag of salt for a softener.
I haven't carried one of those in a long time.
I'm sorry.
Carried
I'm comparing it to 45-pound weights, which is what I put on the bench. Put on there. They're the largest ones.
Comparing it to.
Do you have a scale laying around or no?
I do have a scale. Here, hold that.
All right, we're gonna weigh it.
Sack of,
You guys can take bets on what that is.
48.2 pounds. I'm calling it.
I got 55. Will says it's 60. I'm sure you guys are not here to see. You guys aren't here to see this, but Reed's unit. I don't know if everything is dead on.
Right here. We're gonna set this right here. Need somewhere flat to set this. Yeah. After thinking about it, I'm gonna adjust my weight to 50, 40. You're at 48.
48.2.
I'm gonna do 49. And you're what?
55.
Ooh, it's actually significantly lighter than I thought it was gonna be.
It's 48. We all need to hit the gym because we're all weak. No way, that's 40 pounds.
40.8. 40 pounds.
Well, I mean, I got the number. You know,
It's also missing a lot of stuff that's not in there too, though. So.
But anyway, it's part of the challenge and part of the reason that it's so beefy is that the cameras that are going inside this thing needs to be able to spin and spin and spin. And when it gets with cabling, if anybody thinks about that, you're envisioning cables getting coiled up on themselves. There's a solve to that, but it's very difficult. And
So we have slip rings in here for continuous rotation. Slip rings in general is not hard. Passing 12G SDI, like high resolution video through in a slip ring is not easy to do. But took a lot of engineering to get that. And of course, it's all controlled by a Wii nunchuck remote. Little finger thumb action there. Nail that thing.
Nail that thing.
Whatever you're
Hello?
looking to look at.
Reed's calling.
Reed's calling.
Hello? Check. Hello? Oh, hey, there he is. Hello? Check. Hello. Okay. Sounds good. Just kidding. I couldn't hear him at all.
Stunt phone
All right.
call.
Yeah. So it has to spin all around. Will did a bunch of really smart things. And it was controlled by a Wii remote. That's the Nintendo Wii Sports. Snow. We're just tap dancing, waiting to see when Reed is gonna plug back in his unit.
Step in for Matt's guitar solo. Here.
Well, any questions that we could take here?
Yeah. So you push it and turning it resets it.
Oh, hey, it's the rocket launching guy. Yeah, that's Will. Jello
Jell-O.
has too much synthetic food dye.
I sometimes only drink synthetic food dye. Like I just buy the red.
Red
dye.
number 5, just
And just
vein it right into the throat.
Yeah. So one of the first things I do when I wake up in the morning is just drink 2 ounces of red number 5.
Let's get hot.
Yeah, right.
Oh, thank you everybody for asking. The baby's great. She's great. She's 15 months now. She's adorable, and she sleeps well and she eats well, and yeah, likes books. Very into the giving tree, which I was explaining is a pretty toxic relationship between the giving tree and it's messed up. I mean, like it's just like this tree and the boy comes back and he cuts off all the branches, and then he comes back and he cuts down her trunk to make a canoe. And then it's just the stump at the end, and it's just like, and the tree was happy.
You gotta pivot to Hardy Boys or something.
Yeah, it's
Show like that. Swiss Family Robinson.
Reed is alone because Reed was at an event and he was driving all over, and I was working on some of the episode stuff that we're doing. Will was working on this stuff, and yeah, we just don't have the heart. I guess we just don't have the heart that Reed has. Let's see. Tap dance, taparoo. Where is this guy?
Where did he go?
Now is our time. We need to be plugging this.
Hey, somebody said, all I got to say is I love local Man Weather's music, even though it was uploaded 6+ years ago.
Yeah. New album coming.
Have you gotten your piece of history? Have you gotten your piece of science? You're a fan of the Dominator, but can you touch it? Well, you can now. I don't know. Are there any still available?
Yeah.
Okay. This is available on the store. Hold on. You just go to www.teamdominator.store. Bang.
Yeah.
There it is. Your collectible. This thing is so the reason that we're selling these everything goes to the science mission, which is all that crazy stuff that you just saw Will showing off, and this piece of this windshield was actually in some huge tornadoes, which you could see on here. There are the dates of the tornadoes and where they occurred, and you know, everybody's is a little bit different. Some people have like big scores in it from sand and stones and things like that hitting the windshield. But if you want a piece of Team Dominator and support the science mission, go to teamdominator.store. You can pick up your own piece. There are a few still available. They're all limited edition. This is this is number 69.
How many likes are we at? Can we do a like rally?
Let's get a like rally, guys. Let's
How
get
many
a like
likes are we
rally. What do we got here? Where's our likes?
That's cool. Can we please do a like rally?
We need a like
drove
rally,
all the way
guys.
here, please. This is really cool.
Wait, this is good. Oh, man.
This.
You're gonna want to see this.
Oh. Wait, what am I looking? I'm looking at the wrong feed. Look at this, guys. It's that one over there.
Oh, this is the Brian left. Looks like we got control of this thing now. So this is the windshield that came out of Dominator. that we like hatched up and made these plants. I just broke this one. We painstakingly built these things. These take like from start, like cutting out all the way to like full assembly, like 30 minutes a piece. There's 650 of these. I've been working on these for weeks. So we just got caught back up on shipping. The holidays really destroyed us there for a little bit, but yeah, go buy those. That's how we support everything we do. So this is what's left of the windshield. I can still get a few pieces out of here. I think I have enough to make the full 650, but I think we might just put this back in the Dominator.
Honestly, yeah, it would help with cooling the Dominator in the summer.
Yeah. A little airflow action.
Yeah.
Get rid of them, take those out of the way.
We could sell the outer ring.
So I thought about selling the edges, but I was afraid that people were going to get mad that they just got like a black piece.
Yeah.
So some of the pieces have black on them because they're right on the edge. But I didn't want to.
Honestly, it should be sold like a picture frame. We should put a picture of the Dominator in here, cut all this out, put a picture of the Dominator in here, and have this be the picture frame, and we'll send it right to you. So we just committed to doing that. Will's going to do it. We're going to do it right now. It's kind of not even a bad idea. So a picture of the Dominator. Use this as a big picture frame. Get a canvas.
It's really cut the rest of this out.
Yeah.
You should get thrown in a dumpster.
Let's go right. Oh, they won't take it anyway.
Yeah, that's what it is. I might just sell this whole thing on eBay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way we can raise money aside from me starting an OF or something. So if I gotta do it, that's what I'll do. But
I'll be subscriber number 1 on that.
I can do electronics. Sorry, I think I was getting in trouble. I can do like electronics schooling on there, probably. Good place to do that. How to solder an SMD 0404 resistor.
All right, we'll wrap it up here. Nice work. Get some rest, buddy.
Don't shake his hand.
Yeah.
Here it is.
45 dBz.
Yeah, we showed it.
Nice. All right, fella. Likewise.
George Harrison.
Later, buddy. It sure was. All right. Later, bro. All right. Reed is kind of beyond delirious at this point. And so we're wrapping this up, but we made it. At a certain point in this bomb cyclone stream, we looked at the bottom, we were like doing science stuff, and then we turned and we were like, where's all the snow? So it kind of did a little dive south, but we got into the 45 dBz zone. So success. Stretching our legs. Hopefully you guys saw some behind the scenes stuff here. We're going to try to do more of that for you, but thanks for watching. We'll see you guys soon. And we think you're going to love all the work we're putting in the off season to make your experience better. There's going to be a lot less wind noise this year too.
Yep. Hopefully.
Yeah. We're very determined to get rid of, because Reed insists on chasing with the window down, which is fine, but it's taxing. So a bunch of things, upgrades, and thanks very much to all the team dominators. Thank you very much to the moderators, and have a good night, and stay warm out there, everybody, and never stop chasing. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Bye.
Bye.